What is my camera seeing over there? What is that? Maybe it's the exercise ball. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Yesterday we were working on refactoring things to make the helpers inside of Glop more useful and ergonomic. CI's green, but let's see if we can... I'm not sure we've uploaded everything, to be honest. Let's go take a look. Yeah, we have changes. Oh yeah, that's right. We're trying to get it so that the rejection file wouldn't get created during the passing case. Because we have like a should not look like helper now. Okay, yeah. And if I remember correctly, there was a get test number from args helper that I was working on at the end of the stream. Or a get from args. What file is this? Oh, render test comp. Okay. Yeah, so this is what I came up with off stream. Let's take a look at it. So it used to be that each of the kind of get optional parameter from list of parameters had to do the same loop. And that bothered me. I wanted to not repeat that, especially now that there was 3 of them. So with the power of reflection, we can do the loop looking for a value with the target type and then return it through like an output pointer, and then we also return a flag as to whether we found it or not. So we kind of used the fact that there's supposed to be default values for these parameters as kind of a cheat mode. So you got to pass in the default value, and then the reflect package being what it is, you take a reflect.value of to get like a reflect.value object, and that you can call .type to see, okay, what does the reflect package think the type is of that thing. And then each of the arguments you can say, okay, what's the reflection value of it? Does its type equal the target type? If so, that's the thing. And then this is basically like value of output equals val, but through the reflect package. So output pointer is just the element type of the reflection value in output. So when we pass in, for example, a pointer to test number, because this is declared as an interface, an empty interface, an any value, you kind of construct a wrapper around it, right? So you construct a empty interface wrapper around a pointer to result. So when you take the reflection value of output, it's an interface, and it's an empty interface. You have to look inside to get the actual pointer to thing. And then now that you have an output pointer, you can assign to it. Is basically how this reads. And then if we don't find a value, we still write to the output pointer, but we write the default value. Again, it's got to be a reflection value instead of just setting the empty interface value. Blah blah blah. the reflect package and how Golang wraps the underlying value inside of the interface, empty interface objects is worked around here. But the end result is that whenever we want to get a argument with a default, we say here's the result of the type we care about to match that. Get from the arguments with some default value, and then we're good. Do we have a default test number? Not really, eh? For symmetry, we want to put it. Right? And then, oops. Yeah. Okay, so let's make this green and commit it. View rejects is a nice helper for us. I expect it to remake the rejects, but yeah, that's the next thing to fix. But for now, we've made a much nicer helper to get arguments out of that list of arguments. This is just an in-flight change that we were using to help debug Hans itself. So let's add render test, comp go. This is really refactoring. Oops. What do we actually change? We changed how we get arguments. Yeah. Refactor. Extract a common helper for finding optional test. Well, assertion arguments by type. Yeah. Alright, so now I want this to not get made when we actually succeed. So right now we call image should look like, even though it should not look like. I do want should not look like file to just do this. Call the underlying thing. Because if this changes, I want this to pick up those changes. So I'm actually thinking, what if should look like file took an optional parameter that disabled rejection file creation? This could say, expected is equal to append expected with don't make reject files. Oops. Maybe make reject files false, right? And then there's a type, which is make reject files. It's actually a bool. The default is true. And then we should be able to get from args, get make reject files from args. Kind of basically just this, except we return a bool. We return a make reject files, right? Default make reject files, return the result. And we don't have to worry about the did we find it or not. And so then now, before we go and make the reject files, we say do make reject files is get make reject files from args. Yeah. And then if do make reject files is true, we would say reject file name, blah 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 blah, encode it. Right? Otherwise, image mismatch, rejection file creation elided. Right? What do you mean you can't make a not assignable to type render test make reject files? So checkers on blue should not look like file checker. Value of type bool is not assignable to a type render test don't make reject files. Oh, okay. That is what we needed to do. So we were passing in default make reject files, but that was a bool, not a make reject files. And so Golang correctly identified that bool is not equal to make reject files. It's defined that way, but this means you have to actually be explicit about when you're converting between them. Type aliasing is when you can willy-nilly use them one for each other. But that's not what I want. I want to be explicit about which type. The reason being, we might have another flag someday. It can also be implemented as a bool, but they'll have distinct types. This will be make reject files, and the next one will be some new flag type. Now, see, there's no. We have a green test, and we have no reject file created. Cool. render test comp. This is a fix. Don't make a reject file when we expect a mismatch. Cool. Let's push this. Let's update glop. Oh, hey Boskans. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Oh, I still don't expect my test to pass. Because we're dealing with some weirdness in here. But, at least we can use a new glop. That should be easier to work with. So let's dig into this test failure here. House wall texture test. .go. Line 80. We were expecting... What were we expecting? Let's wrap this in a specific convey. Now, the dumped bounds. This is not a correct assertion. So the dumped bounds should match the width of the screen. Oh. Width and height, yeah. So it should match 266. We actually got 256. Now in my mind I'm thinking, oh god, we're doing like a texture, right? And it wants to be powers of 2 sized. What does like texture what are the text? How big does the texture think it is? We call get bound texture size, and we ask the texture object for its width and height. PNG image. The dumped bounds. So we said the dumped bounds should have been 266, but it was 256. OpenGL texture clamped to power of 2. This is a tutorial that I keep referring back to. You say there's a power? But where? Huh? Da, da, da. Oh, I know what it is. So on the site there's these like hovering kind of helper reference things. One of these is going to say power, and it's in the flow of the document, but it's not displayed. Yeah. So that's why that's why the search is wonky. Is there a table of contents for this? No. Order. This value must be 0. What? Text image. What's it called? Text image 2D. What do we call text image 2D? Oh, here we call build map maps. GLU. No. What? Build 2D maps in texture.co. Docs. Build 2D maps. Doesn't say anything about border in here, does it? No. Does... Yeah. Anyways, I don't think we have to worry about 0 or not. What are we thinking here? So the question I have is, did OpenGL say, let me be helpful for you, and find the nearest power of 2, and just kind of shove my image into that? How would we... Well, we know it's returning a width of 256, and we know that in Texture Manager we're calling build 2D mipmaps. The dx and the dy are going to be not a power of 2. So what does build 2D mipmaps do? If not, a copy of data is scaled up or down to the nearest power of 2. Okay. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. Like, logically, I want a image, like a PNG file, to be uploaded as a texture. I'm just thinking, do I want to be in charge of the scaling, or do I want to just let GLU do the scaling? I want it to be that when I'm making a PNG image for a texture, I don't care what size it is. I'll just make it the right size that helps me make it. Hey, Venomweed, welcome. Thanks for the follow. We're working on textures. And I'm trying to think about how I want this to work. Am I okay with some texture getting scaled up or down according to OpenGL's whims? I think for now, let's say we are okay with it. And if we end up with texture artifacts, we can deal with that later. But that means that this assertion here is not actually a thing we want. Most engines do that for 2D games. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly if I want to deal with how it would scale them. So at the end of the day, I want the texture to match the image, right? And I want to have a test that checks that. So I need a way to compare what the texture looks like in GL land and what the texture looked like in image land. And if there's this scaling that happens, I worry that like there's some kind of loss or mix of information. And so that when we do when we compare against the thing, it ends up being mixed up. Blah blah blah. my comparison for did this ping image load as a texture work does like what I want to do a one-to-one comparison against pixels. But if there's some kind of transformation on the input first, I don't know if I can actually get the one-to-one correspondence I want. You can test it in base resolution only, I think. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, even if I set my kind of output canvas to be the same size as the input image, I'm still only blitting onto that from a scaled texture. So let's run this test. I expect this to fail because of a dimensions mismatch. Yeah. Comp.go size mismatch. Expected 266 by 246, but we got a 256 by 256. Okay. For now, well, let's look at the output file, the rejected file. So this is kind of the input expectation, and this is the output. Now it's flipped upside down in red because of reasons, I guess, but you can also see that the dimensions are changing. How am I gonna work around this? I could say don't compare against this image, but compare against a stretched or shrunk version of it. I'd have to replicate kind of the interpolation that GL is doing. We could back up and say, okay, only images that are power of 2 by power of 2 are allowed when making textures. But I don't like that because I don't want to have to deal with resizing all the images that are here from before, and I don't want to deal with being picky about sizes of images I'm making when I'm trying to draw a texture, trying to draw an art asset. Okay, so the other thing I can do is my own pre-transform of this texture, or of this image, before making a texture out of it. I don't know, I feel like I'm going in circles with the reasoning here, but what we'll do is first work to unflip and colorize this. Can't you just check the ratio? Like the image is supposed to be 4:3. It needs to be 4:3 no matter what scaling or rotation. Check the ratio of the dumped texture. I guess I'm not worried about the size discrepancy right now. I'm worried about, like, will the pixels get artifacts that will cause a naive image comparison to fail. Maybe, but if that is the case, let's hit that case, because right now it's just plain upside down. So let's make things not upside down. Oh, the other thing, this texture is not an RGBA texture. It's just a gray texture, like a luminance texture. Is there a texture level parameter to deal with that? I don't know, but let's make some notes here. If it's pixel art, it's going to have artifact when doing fractional scaling. Yep, that's right. Otherwise, you don't think I'll notice it? Yeah, I think it's, to be honest, like I didn't make these assets, and I don't know, I'm not very familiar with them. This is kind of an old project that got abandoned 12 years ago, and then I found online. I'm just kind of seeing if I can pick up the pieces. I think the thing to do right now is get this test green, and then push forward. Certainly, the thing's upside down, so let's try to fix that. So, I want to track some of these thoughts, though. Right now, the texture is upside down. And the texture is red. Really, it's just a luminance thing, but we dump assuming RGBA, I think. So for that, is there a texture parameter that we can query to see format, depth, to see RGBA versus luminance. Luminance. Are you a pixel art aficionado, Venomweed? You seem to know what you're talking about. So first off, thanks for the help, but I'm curious what your background is. You were learning game dev, but no one expert in anything, just know stuff here and there. Yeah, same. I'm not a game dev either. I'm usually like on the back end, staying far away from the UI as I can. Pixels. Who needs them? But yeah, so I think definitely not OpenGL level, yeah. And we're still, this is like OpenGL 2.1, which is like hella old. But I think what we need to think about for our next step here is when we load this texture. Okay, so when we dump the texture, we just like put 4 points and then draw the two triangles and texture according to the texture. So I'm pretty sure the texture is loaded upside down. So let's not load it upside down. Where are we loading it? We are loading it here. So we're loading whatever the pixels are that come in. The pixels come in from where? Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of inflate changes right now too. Oh no, did I just blow away test data that I needed? No. Good. So yeah, we draw the input image over top of either a gray alpha or a RGBA, depending on if we have real color. The distinction is made because this game is actually a lot of black and white. Almost all the things are black and white, and so you can save a lot of space if you don't bother having a bunch of redundant color data. I'm just thinking, if this draw, yeah, okay, so we draw it to the thing, and then we just look at like the bytes inside of those images. So when it's an RGBA, it's 4 bytes. When it's a gray alpha, it's 1 byte. But both of these arrays of bytes are ordered top row down. And OpenGL, when it's loading, reads the bottom row up. So that's fine. We just need to flip this. Is there a draw command that will do the flipping for us? Like if we just draw this upside down, would we be okay? Let's go learn about the draw package. Now I think if we pass in like a not well-formed rectangle, we might be in trouble. Now, the other thing is that the draw package declares an image interface that is basically image, but also has a set. And all of the input, all the destination images to the draw call need to conform to this interface. If we did a thing where we wrap our images, intercept the set call, and flip the Y, I think all of the set calls will have the effect of drawing the thing upside down. Yeah. So really what I want is like an inverted image. Use an inverted image out thing because OpenGL reads bottom up, but Golang stores top down. In my head, it's like, oh, that's like a utility thing. Maybe we can put it in glop instead of haunts directly. The other thought that comes across my mind is that glop is like this library that's purpose-built to support the game. Unfortunately, there's like a lot of like duplication between haunts and glop. That might be a artifact of I needed to find versions of each that actually had appropriate licenses. And so I'm kind of fitting two versions of the projects together that existed at different times. Like, either there's an old haunts and a newer glop, and I'm trying to make them work, or a newer haunts and an older glop, make them work. But long story short, something got moved from in one direction, and I only see both instead of just the destination one. So unduplicating might fix my problem, because I think I'm loading things properly in glop land. And it would make sense to not reinvent the wheel. What am I looking at here? They're packing multiple things into one image to upload as a texture, because this stuff is all like animation pilled, animation oriented. Thinking about what's going to be the easiest thing to do, or maybe the quickest thing to do. And hold on. This probably loads it upside down. The thing... Given a texture. Where is that? Debug test, texture, given a texture. Upload texture from image. Yeah, I rewrite the bytes here. But this is just like a test utility. Not the sprite sheet stuff. I think what I want to do is add this kind of inverted drawing helper. Use that here instead of rewriting these bytes, because, you know, why bother copying bytes when you don't have to? And I might make like an image or like a upside down RGBA type to keep us from getting confused. Yeah, okay, so let's write that down. Add a glop helper for draw.drawing through a vertical flip. Then load texture data from that. Well, then draw input texture image. Do that as a canvas. Does my approach make sense? Am I just talking crazy, or is it something you can actually follow? Where's my to-do overlay? My to-do is growing unbounded. We need to finish some things instead of just adding. But that's okay. We really should use glop's textures, not the copy enhance. Okay, let's work on adding this like inverted canvas thing. So we're doing test-driven development, so we're gonna go red mode. Honestly, I'm sick of looking at that diff. We don't need it. So in red mode, you add a test that is failing. Now, thinking forward a little bit, this like inverted image thinger is not necessarily a texture thing, but it's more about an image thing and manipulating that image. So let's say there's a inverted canvas, but this is TDD, we write the test first. So we're in package image manip. We're gonna import testing. We're gonna have a test says so I'm thinking, do I want like just straight up Golang tests, or do I want to use Convey, my like BDD framework that I'm using somewhat sporadically? Let's do the BDD thing. So test inverted canvas specs. This is like a vanilla Golang test, but it's going to call convey inverted canvas. Takes a handle to the T, and then a func to run. And then, because I want to do this, I don't want to have to say convey dot everything, because we're going to have a few things. So the first thing to do is just write a test that fails. So 1 should equal 2. And so the first thing you do is you make sure that this fails and like reports failure, because you don't want to be working along and realize, oh, I'm actually not running the test. So yes, we're running the test. It's failing. Okay. But that's not the test we want. We want the test that says we can make an inverted canvas. So canvas is, an image manip dot new inverted canvas. So canvas should not be nil. So we probably don't want this to be the test. We want it to be to make it. We want this API to look like the image API and the draw and the image draw API. So we're going to pass in a rect of some size, right? And then canvas.bounds should equal canvas size. Canvasa. So pick some arbitrary canvas size, make one. It shouldn't be nil. It should have the right size, and it should start out blank. This isn't right. We want to have a input canvas. Right? We're making a wrapper. Image manip new inverted canvas over some canvas. And then the canvas is some image, right? So image.new RGBA, let's say, of canvas size. Canvas. The inverted canvas should not be nil. The inverted canvas bounds should equal the canvas bounds. Now I could just say canvas size here, but I think this reads better, right? The inverted canvas should have the same bounds as its wrapped canvas. Maybe I'll even call it a wrapped canvas. Right? The inverted canvas wrapper. Yeah. And kind of like no matter what. Oh, this should be image manip test. I want the actual import for it. GitHub.com/ running wild glop. Image manip. Yeah. And so it's not that image manip isn't found, it's that new inverted canvas isn't found. So a test that fails compile is a valid red test. This is something that we want to work, but doesn't work right now. That is the criteria for a red test. So this might cause some anxiety in some folks, but in this project, I'm really trying to practice my TDD, and so I'm actually committing at each step, at each red, green, and refactor. So yes, the tests are failing, but I'm gonna commit. So test. Verify that we can construct an inverted canvas over a underlying image. Cool. So now that we've made a red test, we green the test. So we do the simplest thing we can to make this test pass. New inverted canvas. So there's a func called new inverted canvas. It takes an image, which is a pointer to an image, and it returns a thing. Now this is not the simplest thing, but I'm confident that it's fine. There's a type, it's called an inverted canvas. It's a struct, and it's got an image, which is an image.image. Oh, not a pointer. And actually, we want to embed it, I think. We embed it so that inverted canvas basically looks the same. Except it's not an image, it's a draw image, isn't it? Now, I do want to be able to make it over an RGBA, so I still think this test is correct, in that it's the type we want. So let's look at the tests. Do they pass? Yes, they do. Good. I'm happy. So because of the magic of Golang, this RGBA is a drawable image, and so we can just use it as such, and happiness ensues. Okay. Okay, so this greens the test, so let's commit. Feature. Implement. Initial inverted canvas. Sure. Okay, so then after the green comes refactor. This is where you address any heresy you had to commit in order to make the test green. I don't think we really did any heresy, so I don't think we really need any refactors. So let's keep going and add a test that is broken right now. So the next thing is that an inverted canvas wrapper draws, flips vertical coordinates when drawing. The inverted canvas dot at xy should equal the wrapped canvas. Not flips vertical coordinates when drawing, but how do I want to write this? Draws to the inverted canvas wrapper draws things upside down to the wrapped image. X comma dy minus y minus 1. I think it's minus 1. When y is dy, we want the this is dot at. When y is 0, we want it to be the maximum y. The maximum y is not dy, it's dy minus 1. So I think that's right. And then the minimum y should be 0. So when y will never reach dy. It will only reach dy minus 1. So then this will only reach 1, and then we still need to fix it. Yeah, okay, good. I think that math is correct. So I need like, this is really like 4x for y is 0, y less than dy, y plus plus. Right? Should match for every pixel. Dx dy is 42. So this will be true because everything's black right now. Here's a crazy thing. So you should be able to draw to an inverted canvas. Checkerboard pattern. and then it's like a whole thing about like, oh come on, you're not that broken, are you? Ugh. I got my braces broken. Missing comma. But yeah, so this takes a destination image, the rectangle to update, a source image, a point on which to align, and the operation. So I want to draw over the entire bounds. Inverted canvas.bounds. Oops. Then I give it the checkers image. We're going to align based on the default point, and we're going to do just draw from the source. Don't blind with what's there. Okay, so checkers is must load image, checkers 0 ping, where was that? Render test? Yeah. So the first test is really that we can draw. I'm not going to erase this, but I am going to comment it out and not commit it. So this is a red test because we can't find the data. And that's good. That's what I want. Let's patch this. So I'm gonna edit the hunk, or we need. Let's split it. Yeah, we need image draw. Okay, we'll keep that. Yeah, we need render test. Let's keep that. Yeah, we need to do that. Keep it. This we need to be careful about. We don't need any of this. So that's the patch we want. Yep. I should have fumped before I did the thing, but anyways. It's as easy as that. So now we're making a commit that adds image draw, adds this, and says we should be able to draw. It fails because we don't have the checkers0.png file right now, but that's fine. This is a red test. It's supposed to fail. Test. Inverted canvases should be drawable. Okay, let's green this test. Make their image manip test data, CP recursive render test data, render test data, checker to image manip test data. Did I call it checkers? Let's call it checker. Look at that, it's green. We're still gonna have to patch, but the patch should be pretty easy. So yeah, don't call it checkers, call it checker. We're still not gonna add that comment, but we are gonna add the test data that we needed to make the test pass. Fix a test. Add test data needed for test. This was a green step. Happy days. Alright, so now, do we need to refactor? No, I don't think so. Let's go back to adding a red test. The red test will be, by the way, it should be upside down. What does Convey think about such things? Another aspect of the red test step is making sure you get the failure you want and like a failure that's easy to debug. Right? And so this is saying we expected black, but we got, pardon me, we expected transparent, but we got opaque black. Yeah, that is the failure I expected. But it doesn't say what the X and Y are. And I want it to. Because if it's not telling you the X and Y, it's just saying there's some color that doesn't match. Like, what do you mean doesn't match? Where? Where does it not match? Include XY in error message. Maybe a rejection file. But I'll think about that. I need coffee right now. Be right back.
gets to me. I'm frightened by the change inside my soul. It goes through me. I wish you could have seen me as before. Don't need no heartbreak, not anymore. I wish you could have seen me as before. It's never too late. It's never too late to start again. It's never too late. It's never too late to build a new world. It's never too late. It's never too late to start again. It's never too late. It's never too late to build a new world. It's never too late. It's never too late to start again. It's never too late. It's never too late to build a new world. It's never too late. It's never too late to start again. It's never too late. It's never too late to build a new world.
Okay, so if you, so we were working on what should the error message be. In my head, it's like we want to do a image diff, right? We want to do like a compare compose thing, right?
And they were standing in the rain. Oh, oh, oh. They were in my life again. I didn't know.
The other thing we could do is like collect all the
No, no, no.
coordinates for which there's a failure.
If I see you again. I always thought I waited too long. Oh, oh, oh. I never meant to do you any wrong. No, no, no. The one that I adore. The one that I've been looking for. The one that I adore. The one that I've been searching for. The one that I adore. The one that I've been looking for. The one that I adore. The one that I've been searching for.
And this is not actually the right check. This is... should be wrapped canvas at xy should equal flipped at x dy by dy y minus 1. And flipped should be v flipped. I have a helper for that. So actually, before I write this test, I want to have I want to refactor vertically flipped into somewhere where it can be used in multiple spots. The way to do that is to revert this change so that we're in green. Refactor. This v-flipped thing is handy, but it needs to be in somewhere it belongs if it's going to be referenced from other places. I think in flip.go is a perfectly good spot to put it. Right? Tests are green, we're happy. So we change this and this. The only difference is left is this one still. Oh, we didn't format things very well, but that's fine. Yep. So, wraps an image and presents a vertically flipped presents a readable image that looks vertically flipped. An image that looks vertically flipped from with respect to the wraps. What is it? Not composed, but embedded? With respect to the embedded image. Dot image. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay, cool. Are the tests green? Yes, they are. Refactor, expose, v flipped, expose a, export a image helper that vertically flips a wrapped image. Now, this can use it. So flipped image manip dot vert flipped image is the wrapped canvas, right? And then now, instead of doing a pixel by pixel iteration, do we have image comparison? Should look like. Yeah. We have a should look like file. Should not look like file. Should look like text. I think should look like only takes IO readers right now. But it should actually take perhaps images as well. So what does that mean? That means we're refactoring again. Hold on. We didn't flip it. Is the checker pattern like this upside down? Or symmetric? It is symmetric. Vertically. No, because like you should have black. If you flip this thing vertically, the black line should go left to right. Right? This one goes here, and then this one goes here. So it's not... That was the whole point of this image, was to not be symmetric. It's horizontally symmetric. No, it's not. Like this column matches this column, but this column does not match this column. So it's not symmetric this way. This row does match this row, but this row does not match this row. So it's not symmetric. That was the whole point of that checkerboard pattern. And also to have transparencies in it. Why is this? Why is this green? What? The flipped image is just the flip of wrapped. Wrapped at XY. Oh, because yeah, we're flipping it. We don't need to do the math. That's bad. Yeah, there we go. But what I really wanted was should not look like. So, or no, it says should look like. So, wrapped canvas render test dot should look like flipped. Now that'll fail because they're not IO readers. But that's a failing of the comp thing. Edit, render test comp. Test. Test should look like. Supports in-memory images. Supports image interface. Right, so LHS is render test dot must load image checker 0 pin. RHS is render test dot the convey result is render test dot should look like LHS RHS. If convey result is empty, fatal. Two loads of the same image should look alike. Now I don't expect this failure to hit. I expect it to panic when I run just test pixel comparison is fuzzy. It'd be neat if I had tab completion for that, but that would be a project in and of itself. Yeah, should look like needs a reader, but it got an image. Yeah. Okay. So that's pending. Right now we need a red test for this change to comp, and we have it. Namely this. Render test comp test. Test verify that the should look like helper can take raw dig image dot image is no verify please. Yes, add that. Amend the last commit. But now we're green, or sorry, we're in green step. So we need to switch on actual dot type case. Um, I'm just trying to remember the Golang syntax for this. Case io.reader. Return readers should look like the expected at 0 dot io dot reader. I don't know if I can do that, but I'm gonna try. Readers should look like io.reader actual expected or IO readers, and then there's args. Turns a string in tetes in the face. Right? Yeah. And then there's another case where it's an image.image. And the expected image should be expected at 0 dot image. If not okay, panic. If not okay, it's not okay. Like really, should look like sorry, I'm looking at this message and it's like, wait, what? Git show head render. Oh, glop. Git show head render test comp needs a string. That's just wrong. Should look like needs matching actual / expected types. Actual had type IO reader, but expected had type mod t. Yeah. And then the expected image is expected at 0 as an image. If it's not okay, should look like needs matching types. Actual had type images should look like. Should look like needs either io.readers or image.images, but got mod t. This is append. No, this is need to prepend bogus arg so that our arg scanning helpers check every arg. args. We always skip the first in that expected list because that's always the unexpected value, not a parameter that could be modifying the check. So args should be append a slice of interface that just has nil with args. Yep. Actual and expected. Now, image should look like takes an actual image and okay. We just need expected here. We don't need to reference that, and then we're good. This is the V. Do you need to be an image RGBA, or can you be something else? It looks like you can be something else. Yep. No need to be so specific. So now the test should still fail because we still have the inverted canvas test that fails, but the pixel comparison is fuzzy should be okay. Should look like file. Needs a string. Sorry. These error messages are not correct. Where were we? Oh, we need to splat this. I call it splatting, but I'm not sure if that's the real thing. 258. Yeah. So it's still line 249 saying image should look like I need to review these messages. Some messages in comp dot go are copy pasta. Need to update. We'll do that after this. So yeah, image should look like, this is actually image should look like file. Yeah. Because it's expecting a test data key get expected. But that's not what we have here. Actual image, expected image. Right? And then this is like that. And this should be expect pixels match file. We're in green mode, so we can commit heresy. We don't have a test data key here. We don't have a test number or expected file. We do look for background, we do look for threshold. Expect pixels match. File. We just need to do images are within threshold. If images are within threshold, actual image, expected image, the threshold, and the background, and we're done. If they're not, do we need to make a rejection file? Need to prepend a bogus value to expected so that our parsing helpers check all of the real args. Expected is append a slice of interfaces that is just a bogus with all of them interfaces. What would the rejection file name be if we don't have like a root file? Let's not worry about it for now. Yeah, we're just calling the old one here. It should be like that though. Ugh. So then, yeah, when it's image image, we don't say image should look like file, we say image should look like image. Image should look like actual and expected. I hope I'm not just going in circles here. Yep, okay.
We about to do it all over again. Here we go, go.
Huh?
Here we go, go.
Maybe instead of slicing it off and then prepending, we just won't bother with that. Shouldn't have changed anything. And readers should look like can do the same. Don't worry about it, we're just gonna actually pass it. I agree that two loads of the same file should look alike.
Here we go, go.
What if we do...
Here we go.
two references to the same image object. Should look alike. It's broken. The default background is opaque black. uh, why is this expected actual and not actual expected? Ugh. We should fix that. Mostly declares actual expected, but has some expected actual. Sat pace. Oh boy. It's okay. It's okay. We're still looking at why does that fail? That's really the name it should be. Image should look like. We can fix this right here. Images are within threshold, takes expected then actual. Image should look like. Wait. We want actual then expected. Wait. D2 find comma. actual expected. Actual expected. Actual expected. Actual expected, actual expected. Actual expected. These are the only places where we see expected and then actual. And that's really because we see actual expected, actual expected. Okay. Set debug test to a package directory. Debug test is render test. I want to break on this line, and well, actually, I want to see what it should look like it's doing. So I want to break here and then step into it. Okay. Break on render test. No, break on render test comp.go line 256. Run it. Oh, yeah, it's the background thing. Okay. So we take the left-hand side and we draw it against a certain background, and then okay, we need to pass in background. Transparent. Render test background color transparent. And then similarly, render test background color transparent. Rebuild. Restart. Run it. Continue. Pass. Yeah, okay, so the only failure right now is the inverted canvas test, and that's because we haven't freaking done it yet. Okay, what did we change? We changed a lot of things in render test. Don't do expected actual, do actual expected. Break out IO reader looking like and images looking like. Rename image should look like to image should look like file when we're actually looking at a file. Good, good, good. Compare with transparency. Do a sanity check of thing to itself. We refactored this to be a helper or a variable in the full file. Okay, let's add comp and comp test. Still green? Yeah. Commit, refactor. It's really a test feature. Support image to image in should look like. We're kind of greening that one test, right? Okay, so we fixed that. Copy pasta messages. Bumped. Errorf. sprintf. Oh, this is in the test. Errorf. You know, whatever file got a whatever. Let's open. Should look like needs matching actual / expected types. Yeah. Is there a way to dry this out? We're in refactor mode, by the way. Is there a way to dry out this thing? These panics. Is there a fumped directive for current function? Yeah, I think each format specifier consumes a piece of the trailing args. Um, hmm. If we implemented this func in terms of like looking through the runtime call stack, and then allowed a nil receiver, we could do like a mod something. What is the available rune? Not F. Probably not even big F. H for here? If we did something like idea, format func.sprintf mod h. Whatever. Here. Could use func.formatter to print the current function. maybe even line info. I mean, at that point, it's basically logging, but whatever. For now, I'm not going to dry this. I am going to keep looking for something that has bad string. Image should look like file, yes. Okay, looks like I've checked them all. We fixed them all already. Alright, so 7. Goodbye. Need to take a quick break. Be right back. I just looked outside and it is snowing. It's a good day to be inside. I'm surprised no one's done this. Golang include function name and line number in main statement. cross this out. Why? This is funny because um uh Stack Overflow is like, let's strike this through because it's being removed, and then let's green this because it's being added, but it also has a strike through because it got changed to add the strike through. Oh. Um. I hate init functions. No, no one's done it. Slash. Maybe. My goodness. Anyways. Not a terrible idea. Tester green because I've commented out the red test. But upside down should be upside down. Right? Hmm. Okay. Let's add that, commit it. The underlying image should look like a flipped version of what we sourced the draw from. Cool. Let's green it. The set will be overloaded or intercepted, I guess. X, a Y, and a color. Right, and then Y is actually canvas.bounds.dy minus y minus 1 cam.image dot set x y c. What? Oh, it's a function. Okay. Heresy. Um, what? We're calling it, right? Yeah. Test. Do not have like a loud test? Like print all things, but I guess it'll print because we failed the test, right? Okay, so set 063. Hmm. What? No, no, no. Flip should be the flip of checkers. And the wrapped canvas should look like the flip. Yeah, okay. What? we look at the bytes. After RGBAing it.
I can't say it no plainer. Bitch, you let me hit you with this hardcore beat. Come on.
Hold on. We need to overload the at too, I think, because we're reading it to draw it over the right background. Right. So we do a bunch of setting. Then we fail. What? That's saying we don't read from. Huh? What? We can do this as well. Is checkers dot bounds. Uh, we need to pass a background. Given two images as like the top level input, use a transparent background for image to image comparison by default. Expected is append expected with background color transparent. If we append it to the end, anyone who sets one earlier on will take precedence because we scan in order for the background color. So it should be okay. Okay. That's annoying, but it keeps happening. The default background for image comparison should be transparent. Why are we... we don't need to prepend a bogus value. Here we're just comparing bytes. I don't think we need to worry about a background here. Because it's a slice of bytes. What did we do? We said all this crap. Made that a little bit nicer by lifting the checkers declaration and reading its bounds instead of using them, hard coding them. Fix the bug in the test. This is a test fix. Well, actually, it's a feature. Implement the inverted part of the inverted canvas. Alright, are there any refactors that we should do? I mean, maybe, but there's nothing that comes to mind as clearly needs immediate help. Okay. Where does that leave us? It leaves us with we've implemented inverted canvas. And so now this is imgmanip.invertedCanvas. A big glop. Restart the YCM server. So yeah, Pix is Pix. What is happening? Am I getting tired or something? Probably don't want to leave the logging in there for every pixel set. Didn't. I was just there. It was image manip. Flip. What? No. Inverted canvas. Okay. Fix, remove, clean, remove old logging. Now you can see why I have this written up as a makefile recipe to update to the newest version of Glop. Pardon me. Okay. Let's look at the rejection. It's not upside down. Okay, it's red. Texture parameter. GL text parameter level, text level parameter,
Yo, man,
level
the
text
bitch
parameter.
told me about this bitch, man, and stay right down the street.
Get text level parameter, yeah. Width, height, depth. Alright, so the depth. Let's get all the things, print them out, see what works. We are looking for the place where we dump the texture. We get these.
Bitch, eat shit and die.
All this returns a single value, doesn't it? I guess they wanted to leave their options open for returning multiple values in a different downstream version, but that's fine. All of this. Hopefully that's loud enough in the diff before I commit, but let's get a macro going. So it'll be basically this line, but Hold on. Trying to find out how big of a buffer I need. Um, level of detail, internal format. And an enum value. Let's just give it a uint32 and see what happens. So gl.get text level parameter IV gl texture 2D 0 gl dot that to buffer. Normal mode, go to the front, done. I broke it. Control N doesn't work. Green size. Blue size. Alpha size. Luminance size. Intensity and depth. Intensity size. Depth size. Nums. How many do I want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 nums. Nums is nums. Texture size stuffs. Alright. And we make dev test so that it reads the on-disk version of glob and not the gomod pinned version of glob. And we're looking for stuffs. So there was no red, no green, no blue. 8 bits for alpha, 8 bits for luminance, none intensity, none depth. Right? And I think that's because a gray alpha is alpha and yeah, luminance alpha. So we can detect RGBAL. Or we kind of want to say like get texture type and use the right image type and use the right conversion. We always want an image RGBA because let's be real, like why wouldn't you? But we need to make sure we pass the right thing here. So get texture format. Get bound texture format. It's a GLE num. So we're gonna have a known map of like we're basically gonna be doing this here. And then the cases we care about are R equals G equals B equals A equals 8 and A equals L equals 8. Like we could do math and say like the accumulator is an int 32 and say accumulator is accumulator plus Is that an operator in Golang? Yeah, we'll math it, right? So, switch on accumulator. How many bits do we use? 1, 2, 3, 4, we don't need the first shift. So 1 byte, 2 bytes, 3 bytes, 4 bytes, 5 bytes. That's not enough bytes. That's enough bytes. Not 0. Like we saw that we're using 8 bytes for alpha. Oh, depth and intensity we don't care about, right? Maybe we'll just say if buffer at 0 not equal to 0, cum or equals 1. And then we just shift it by 1. So then we switch on the accumulator case of RGBAL. RGBAL. Yeah. Return gl.rgba. Return gl.luminance alpha. Default panic. Unknown texture component sizes. Packed mod B. Yuck. What if we just did this though? Get texture parameter IV. Not texture red size, but texture internal format. And then funct.printf buffer this. RGBA this. AL this. That's gl.rgba and then gl.alpha luminance alpha. Not alpha 8, not S luminant. My goodness. So we would expect this to match one of them, but we'll just see if that helps. Because we might just return that here instead. And then, yeah. Oh, I need dev test. I need to use the version of glop on disk, not the version that it was pinned to. 6410. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we just return that then. Slice of gl.glenum. There. So what we're expecting is for the generated dumped image, the rejection file, to be not just red. Woo! I mean, I didn't want it to look like that, but this is indicative of we're on the right track. Need to take a break. Be right back. Okay. So here's the thing, we got Luminance Alpha, but we still wrote to pixels of a new RGBA. I think that's what's going on. We want to switch on the getting the bound texture format. If it's GL RGBA, then image is that. Case GL.luminance alpha, image should be, a new gray alpha. I think we only have gray alpha in haunts. Yeah. So in glop, we need a gray alpha. Gray alpha. Our data is a slice of byte. Rated to data. And then here we can just do image is that with data and that with data. New RGBA. We don't get to do that, but we can just say image.pix is data. Oh, typing. It's basically this, right? We need to return image manip to RGBA of vert flip image. This is probably going to be we need to know how big of an array to allocate. Text format is get down texture size, right? And then this is just switching on text format. And then we have to switch on text format up here too. Case gl.rgba. Data is make slice of byte. So there's width times height times 4 bytes. Case gl dot luminance alpha. Data is make slice of byte. That's texture width by texture height times 2. Get the data, shove that into a image. I don't like how this is organized, but I think this is about what we need. And then we need to move gray alpha. I really don't want to do this. We never return it. There's no finalizer. We don't need this. This is an image manip.
Hey, you like the two
Let's look at this here. All this code basically from code source. Gray alpha. Sure.
It's going to be a fine night tonight. It's going to be a fine night tonight.
Take the top byte for the color. Yeah. And then take the bottom byte for the alpha. But scale it to a unit 16. Oi. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll use it. And use tests to make it work. Yeah. If the width is odd, bump it up by 1. I don't think we need this. Also, okay, and then dev test. This will complain that it can't compile for now. Just do it like this. Data.dx. dy. So we'll make a thing, immediately release the memory, and use a memory manager manage block instead. Pix is now an alias of that array as well, and then the canvas is an inverted canvas of it. We.
What in God's name is going on in here? What was that ruckus?
What ruckus?
I was just in my office and I heard a ruckus.
Could you describe the ruckus, sir?
Not quite correct. Like that. Oh, drawing the startup UI failed. Makes sense. Sorry, just a second here. Okay. dx times 2, not dy times 2.
Last night as I lay dreaming, this strangest kind of feeling.
So the startup thing being flipped. Ah. So there was a size mismatch. But shouldn't we have written a new rejection? Does the rejection stuff assume RGBA without cause? Render test comp.go. Image mismatch. C. Foo. Right, reject file name. Oh. Bytes per pixel is get bytes per pixel for text format. And then data is always make slice of byte texture width times texture height, but it's times bytes per pixel. Bytes per get bytes per pixel. Texture format is a GL enum returns an int. Ret OK is map from GL enum to int of gl.rgba takes 4, gl.luminance alpha takes 2, return ret, if not, okay, panic, bumped errorf, unknown, texture format, D. Alpha. Yeah. Let's just add this -n feature bring gray alpha image in from Hawks. Not really. I don't want to look at not compiling. I guess we'll do this, right? Instead of looking very different. Like, we still get the size mismatch, and that's fine. But I was expecting some pixels. Hmm. This should be min x, max x, min y, max y. And it should iterate y outside of x, but don't worry about it. Okay, why is this? This is the right size, but it doesn't have any pixely datas. We got a 256 by 256. If we had not red, but cobweb. Do we have a test for this? We just added gray alpha, so we didn't really test it. Let us take a look at the data that got returned. Text, image, data. There's some not zeros. Shouldn't these be UINT 16? Var underscore is subtype color equal to that's a pointer to a color. Pointer to ray alpha What value of type pointer to gray alpha as pointer to color value variable declaration. Pointer to gray alpha does not implement pointer to color. The type pointer to color is pointer to interface, not interface. Invalid iFaces sign. We ought to be able do thus. It is 32 bits. Okay. Cool. But each value is clamped to 2 to the 16 minus 1. X times 2 plus y times stride. The stride should be 2 times the width. Take R, which could be as big as 2 to the 16. Drop it down to the size of a byte. Base convert. Not clear. Not clear at all. So we got data back, right? We got data back, and the text format (6410), which, if we look at luminance alpha. Nineteen OA. Anger, frustration, despair. I guess we don't need to call this twice, we can just pass it. Don't call a function twice, reuse its output. Out of curiosity, yeah. The last change was green, and then this is running now, but I'm sure it'll be green too. This should make an image RGBA that is sourced from image. We won't get the big log of what data came back. I was expecting more. Nothing. This might be a problem for next time though. Yeah. What did we do today? We made a lot of changes to Glop. Basically to clean things up, like our testing assertions were making a reject file when the tests were green. It was a result of trying to use a higher order assertion by like running the old assert and asserting that it failed, but inside of it, it would create a rejection file. But we fixed that. There is a texture parameter that we can query, and we're doing it now. When was the last time we actually ran haunts? so yeah, yeah, it's upside down right now because it used to be upside down and we right side up it, but the workaround to right side up it from before is still running, and that's funny. But look how beautiful it is. Textures. All right, but yeah, I think that's it for today. Next time we'll work on why are we not getting things dumped from debug textures anymore. Like, don't we have a test for that? I thought we did. Yeah. it's almost certainly something to do with how this is working. But that's fine. Yep. So certainly next time we make not bad. Right now, bad, but that happened. Thanks so much for watching. Hope to see you again next time.